Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, where we, once again, start doing some... We're actually doing some side quests again after like a month? Almost? I think almost... Has it been 2 months of Smol Caetsu leveling Dark Knight? Or has it only been 1? I'm not entirely sure. But now we will do Pandemonium. And if we can collect a full party, sometimes we can, but now this is level 90 content, so I'm expecting there's a smaller chance for that. But hopefully, if we can, we will do the fight minimum item level. That makes it a little bit more interesting. With that said, hey Ymir, hey Ogni, hey Ardell, hey Fila, hey Silvermint, hey Gireen, and hey Traverse. I hope you're all doing very well. Theories will be proven as fact today. Yeah, hopefully she says it right this time. Hey Tristan and ABSR, hope you're doing well as well. Fila asks about the blue name and icon. Fila, that means that Ardell is a moderator, so Ardell can help with... Ardell can post links where normally you can't, bot protection. Because bots have a tendency to really want to post a link. And Ardell can also help with this and that. Ardell usually comes with extra added information sometimes when we're discussing something or doing a quest. Or when I'm talking about some video I made, then Ardell has usually been really good about like helping with that. So Ardell's a moderator now. Hey Ted and Bjek, hope you're both doing very well. Hey Ham, you're doing well as well, and Gassel. Wow, well that became worthless real quick, didn't it? 1 week later. Worthless item. Can we sell any of these things? Maybe. Maybe we'll keep that. We have more jobs to level. Yeah, if we somehow manage to finish in time, then we will probably start leveling leveling Archer. Because we had a little vote, and that was the job that won by a significant margin. That is, of course, next week we will do Myths of the Realm. But this week, yeah, from 1 to 90 eventually. Traverse is gonna love the bots constantly undercutting things on the market. Well, in this particular case, that item was so specific that I cannot imagine that that was the reason. Oh, we're almost 8. Agent Katja says, I'm really sad that because of item level you can't see scales mechanic in Aglaia on final boss. Sometimes you can. Like, sometimes you can. But it, as, like, you're right. It requires that everything goes wrong in a way that makes any sense. So I get where you're coming from. Right. So we will basically be going through the quest. If you want to, if you haven't done Pandemonium yourself, you can of course come along, join along. And if you have done it, and you have a character on any EU data center, you can also join us for these clears. We're apparently 1 player short. I don't know if Deluxe here is with the group. Yeah, we'll see how many people we're missing when we reach the first encounter. I believe the first few quests are, you know, they're introducing the story and stuff. Hehe!
It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Caetsu, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I'm Nemjiji, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We work with the iShieroscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however...
Let me try that again.
You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival.
My screen looks weird. It looks like someone used Passage of Arms on it. Nice cutscene you have. Would be a shame if I Passage of Arms on it. Or what was it when we did when we were going through the Astrologian questline? Nice Astrologian cutscene you have there. Would be a shame if we spammed Aspected Benefic on it. Gazel says maybe after Dawn Trail is out, like Gaia no longer current, then we will have more people messing up and we will get to see all the mechanics. That is actually very likely, because that's exactly what we've been seeing in the near raids. You want more effects? I'm glad to hear that, Fila. I've always had some trouble with Bard. I'm reasonably confident that there's a bunch of people that specifically voted for Bard because they think it's hilarious that I'm weirdly terrible at playing Bard. Specifically, I don't mind. Then we play Bard. Smol Caetsu is basically just a collection of every job that is really hard for me. Greetings, Caetsu, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nemjiji has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Nemjiji set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there's no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale.
The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements of his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Sharlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless.
Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumbled the three of us for moons. Stumped. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the antitower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Hydaelyn and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the iShieroscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. A11? An A-Angel? We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. That crystal has just been hanging out for ages. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Hey, Chester, thank you so much. Smol Caetsu's just here to eat the crystal. Yeah, I hear you have lunch. Here's the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. I tell you, but I can't see up on the table. You'll have to put it down on the floor for me. Hey, Siren. Memory abides within this crystal. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. Everything is maybe a stretch. Smol Kai like, well, this one in particular probably tastes like blueberries. I've had others of different... Oh, that's not what you're asking. Okay, let me try that again. So it started with a chocobo carriage ride. Prepare for a 20 hours essay on the taste of crystals. Yeah, exactly. It's like... I see. Not exactly what I was aiming for, but interesting. The Asians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Hey, Antonio and Matro, hope you're both doing well.
Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor?
Well, you see, I have like 5 of them. Wait, 4 of them.
Asian memories. Windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystalline Caetsu story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who, then, could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea?
Ugh. I'm just here. I don't know, man. I'm just here.
Professor! Claudian?
Yes?
I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is a propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time?
What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry, I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination.
Hi.
Perhaps a more, engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. You'll have to reach for it yourself, though. I did not bring your little chair to... I don't know how you did that.
If anyone... Message... Come... Pandemonium. Please. Faces... Grave threat. Star... In... Danger.
That expression does not bode well. What did you see? I must go. Our planet needs me. Pandemonium. This other word I've heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. There's also a letter I don't normally use in this. An A. Hey Derby, you doing well? In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystalline memory to hand. Nemgigi, Rusenard, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Caetsu, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this Pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering, which obviously you can do. If I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. It may. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need be concerned by this message. Hey Mononako, hope you're doing well. I thought the cutscene was going to end here. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Good night, Fila. Thank you for coming. It's kind of bright. It looks normal to me. Take off your job stones. That sounds like a ultra hard mode. Maybe we don't do that one. Passage of Arms can't stack. Passage of Arms, the effect itself does not stack, but the visual stacks, as you can see. Welcome, my lady. If you wish to go to the ocular, I should be glad to escort you. I'm a little bit confused by how you can repeatedly enter without ever exiting again, though. Fortunately, this one isn't cut in half. If receives this message. Come, Pandemonium, quickly. Yeah, you could have given me some coordinates, you know. Girihin says, I'd guess that technically every time you go to the first, you'd go through that portal. I'm pretty sure we explained extremely early in Shadowbringers that we can use ether rights normally to travel between the worlds, which means that canonically we just teleport to the etherite in Crystarium. But maybe the guard outside doesn't know that. I'm back! Ugh. Sorry, did you get hit by my lunchbox? It's very heavy, it's filled with crystals. Could it be?
No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal.
You hitting on me?
Pandemonium has been added to the GPS. Turn right at the next livestream junction.
Did we just exit a cutscene just to enter another one?
Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I'm come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, but it is plain that you do not belong here. Or any place I know, for that matter.
I'm also here on an assignment.
Are you here to investigate Pandemonium, perchance? It would not surprise me should we share a purpose. If so, we may be able to help one another, but first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull?
That is an excellent question.
I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence.
Random tiny people dumping out of the sky into your skull? I'm pretty sure that's a daily occurrence.
I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours.
My lunch? He just took a Lala in full plate to the face and is fine. The ancients were just built. I'm pretty sure my main was also in full plate at this time. Just takes an entire small dragon, just consider this cutscene with a male Rigged in. He's just dead.
Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium.
Did he just hand it back to me like this? Hey, take it back. Yes, I see you put glue on it. Very funny, Smol Kai.
The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the Words of La Brea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there's some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next?
Maybe. Oh boy. This one, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Hell's got more like hell of a head trauma. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for... Oh, right. Raid gear. That one. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words. Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you. While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I'm grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Brea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anachnorisis. Man, your pickup lines suck, Themis. He's trying his best. I'd say that was more on top than before. A star will appear before you. Like, right before you. And by right before you, I mean it'll dump right into your face. How about some more cutscene? What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You have to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Little spoiler alert, might not be relevant. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders, for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Brea has deemed certain such creations as were. However, the words of La Brea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, entering them within the facility. You're using big words, mister. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. Do you mean wall-to-wall pulls, Themis? I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Brea shall guide us about the proper course of action from there. Nani? Huh? Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Brea would have acted if there were anything worth of worrying about. I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. Bum 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 bum. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Oh, the stories I could tell you. Oh, man. You are no mere familiar, are you? Master La Habrea is not known for being generous with his time. That one would have stories of his company almost beggars belief. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the Convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The news that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Lith. Let us delay no further. Ham says, who thought that the monster from P2 was worth study? Who even created it? Why? Girhin, they wanted to study the monster precisely to figure out why someone would create it. Now we're getting to the bottom of this. We're so many people. And me who was nervous we wouldn't have 8 people. Let me just make sure to toggle this while I remember. Is that Hermes' body double? Ymir says, I think it would be funny if Themis talked to Azim about us and she was very confused. Yeah. My familiar, you say? Sure, why not? It helped you though, right? Okay, sure, I'll take credit. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you too have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this would be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? We've arrived. You finally arrived. What the hell are you wearing?
It's my glasses.
It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that, for a moment, I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, it was a fleeing and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Wait, what? This song specifically doesn't exist as an orchestrion? Is that true? That sounds difficult, Zaf. I hope it wasn't. I hope you had fun with it. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections, is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there's no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. Ah, yes. That's how what a master he is. He just walks in and his mere presence is just like magic. That's how good he is. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. Yes? The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Oh, were we this close? Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Do I look like a big... Actually, yeah, I guess I do look like a warrior, doesn't it? This request doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. You look like a Dark Knight. You look like someone who does not have bloodletting. At least you received it with good humor. Rest assured, I do not mean to stand by idly while you risk life and limb. I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. I brought actual allies, Themis. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so it shall be. Now, what, I wonder, awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls? We're all in your head. I can see them. I think we're 8, Siren. But there is always a chance that people like cycle out. It appears we are 8. Oh, we're already at the first encounter. Remember to take your pills. You need to wake up. She's. Oh right, that's the thing. What wasn't that the story we came up with? Smol Caetsu is actually dreaming on this. Did we have someone? Did we have someone else that was waiting over in Anagnorisis? We just teleport back there. Didn't we have someone? Wasn't there someone? Adel mentions Naomi Kurugane. They're gone now. I at least can't find them in this massive garden. You wanted to wait in Pandemonium. Right. Right. Erdel offered to switch seats. So we can do that. Since you were already here and everything. There you go. Right, so since we have 8, we will attempt minimum item level. I don't think there's anything that requires 2 tanks on this, but I don't know if we want to single heal it. But I will be playing Dark Knight. Whatever happens, I will be playing Dark Knight. So if we want to have 2 healers, we can do that. If we want to have 2 tanks, we can do that. But we can also try with more damage. Traverse says coffee obtained. Life is good now. Awesome. Just double checking before Q. Graham, Gazel, you're both fine with being healer. I'll do 1 extra ready check because there was a group composition change. Right, we'll do with this. Solo heal Pandemonium. It could be problematic. It might be bad, it might be good. Oh, someone is greeting us. I'll save them. I must. Well then. This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he is in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can... Never mind. Beat some sense into him? You speak fast, Themis. You know, Themis, if you just knew what you had in front of you, you could have just summoned like 40 of me and we would make real short work of this. Incredible that you made 7 clones of me and none of them is a Lalafell. Been a long time since this fight has been long. Hey Anolana, it's been a while, hope you're doing well. I believe this is a raid-wide magic attack? It's a raid-wide physical attack. Okay then. I'm sure better confidence in your ability would come with time, Traverse. It's just, you just have to get used to tanking fights more. Like, personally, if I'm not sure I'll be fine on a fight, I'm more likely to pick a tank. Because then I can get away with making more mistakes without anyone noticing anyway. I just need to stand, you know, in a logical place. And then people will usually not ask any questions. Like, if you're standing somewhere that sort of makes sense, then no one's going to be like, hey, why are you standing in the wrong place? Most of the time. In your mind, no one notices DPS. That is true. That is correct. That is a fair point. That if you make a mistake as a DPS, it's just like, well, I guess you're dead then. I think a part of the reason why I default to tank is because most of the time my tank is my best geared job, because it's simply the one that I play the most. Or rely on the most. So like if my highest geared job was a healer or a DPS, there would be a much greater chance that I would go into new content with that on my main. Oh, that one is magic. Also, that did a lot of damage. Wow. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I ended up doing that as well, Zav, is that the shorter queue times are a very, very nice quality of life. Didn't make it with that TBN. When the black mage has it all figured out. Survive with like 5% HP. Ugh. Nailed it. Oh. Healer down. Thank you, Ericthonius. I think this hurts a lot. Apparently not enough to break TBN, even on minimum item level. Incredible performance. I'm a bit surprised that the boss is already at 20% HP. Playing a Lala tank like guy gets a bonus. You can't even see the tank. What is the boss fighting? There's like some little blip out there in the distance that he's attacking, it looks like. I wonder if we have another 2-minute burst. Or if this is it. Getting close. My chains! And that's usually how it goes, Traverse. I think that what really makes it challenging is when people don't know the mechanics. But I mean, when this fight was new, people discovered that, oh, I got loot. That not only was Ericthonius here soloable when he was current, I'm pretty sure that they managed to that someone managed to solo him with old Paladin. You know, the Paladin who was allegedly bad. You know, that one? The weaker old Paladin and all that. No problem. I'm pretty sure Dark Knight couldn't do it because, you know, not enough self-healing. But, Gunbreaker could, Warrior could, Paladin could. When it was current, I'm pretty sure it wasn't like Savage Raiders doing that. So it was like, you know, people in this gear, right? So he was very, very manageable. So it doesn't surprise me, it's still a little surprising when you have a group of good players making no mistakes and the boss still dies rather quickly on minimum item level. Yeah, basically Penguin. They did it on when, like, a few weeks after the raid came out, as I recall. They just brought 7 people in, had them leave, and then solo the boss.
That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your ether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen.
Making no mistakes. Okay, small mistakes. Yeah, welcome, Penguin.
Caetsu, he stirs.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Couldn't he have shaken instead? Huh. Actually, Traverse, that's genius. That is genius. It's the galaxy brain strategy. No, I didn't make any mistakes on this pull. What are you talking about? You died 3 times? Yes. I planned that. You think I'm stupid or something? Gleaming says, I think the idea that the other players are like, guys, them is made up is so funny. It's one thing when we're summoning them, because then you can be like, these illusory warriors are my friends. And in this case, yeah, my 7 friends are 7 times me. Apparently. And none of them are Lalafell somehow. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation. Anger. I leapt at you, though I knew naught of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies, and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. It's like the camera just zooms out and there's like a graveyard of people that he's approached. Oh. I am Ericthonius, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now.
One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium?
Well, flat out Pandemonium, you know? The creations entered within Asphodelos have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence.
That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before?
Every Thursday! No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master Habre is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury. Then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone.
I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind. Perhaps these self-same ones that saw you separated from the other orders.
Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Well, bad news, Ericthonius. And Steve. Yeah, it's Steve from accounting. He's just also there. He's one of my alter egos somehow. horrors among horrors, so Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals, that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you work for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what transpired here? What measures would they take? Doubtless, they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. We have phrase there too. As I thought. Were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of Lahabrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone? I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. No, they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. And so I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Ericthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. So anyway, that being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to return back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there's slightly more than resolve to rely upon. Sorry about that. You could say we should take it to the edge. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So, you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Caetsu have set us upon. I'm the fighter in this group. Are you kidding me? Themis and Caetsu, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, in case any have followed you out. And then, as we progress through this story, we kind of realize that of all the warders in Pandemonium, Ericthonius is the closest we get to actually Steve from accounting. like in relative power of all the warders. Stoic small nods. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Smol Kai over here like, so when are we fighting something? I brought a warband, you know. Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste. Couldn't you just create another one? I dare say La Brea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile. I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Huh? Again? Ah, so you have met him before? I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say, La Brea's predecessor in the position of Chief Key Ward. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. It was she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there was a Chief Key Ward before La Brea. Your motivation to save your research subject is not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor. You have the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield intimate magics. Ah, but of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier I bound you in ethereal shackles. Not really. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the key ward of each tier is permitted to use Interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Brea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, Interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed, while the illusory beings you summoned in our fights suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of Interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I am afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast such spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of Key Ward without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of Interment and its inner workings, perhaps... Leave the fighting to me. You two can figure out the rest. When are we fighting something? I brought a warband, you know. Hey, you got in. I hope you're doing well. I'm sure Athena is a normal person. I dare say we can do just that. Ericthonius, you implied that what prevented you from performing Interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep and we would have to start over. It goes Wingardium Leviosa. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there's the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Caetsu could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the Hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelos are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the intimate magics, the creatures should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. And once you've done that, throw this Pokeball at it. Wait, wrong game. As dependable as ever, once you've given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this Hippocampus with the keywords magic, also known as a... Nope, not a Pokeball. Wrong game. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. Yes, your illusions. The Hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. Warps the surroundings? I don't remember it doing that much. And her theories tend to be proven as facts. You mean this boss is literally just filler? You know, you're actually right there. It's basically filler. And also the Hippocampus is not only a Greek mythical creature fitting with the rest of the raid, but also part of the brain that serves for long and short memory, as well as navigation and spatial memory. That makes a lot of sense, given that its primary feature as a mechanic is detaching its head. Oh, we're down to 7. Gazel's back. Is that warping of the space part of the Savage version? Even if it were, we have to remember that the Savage version is basically just a retelling by, I believe, Nemgigi. Who's just going like, what if this happened though? Or maybe it's like a hypothetical, so maybe if it comes up with that, if there is something like that. If flooding the sewer drains is modifying the surroundings. I suppose so. Oh yeah, this fight we will need 2 tanks. There is the problem of the boss targeting one tank with one, I believe the off tank with the mechanic sometimes. Or actually, the tank boss does both tanks or something like that. So we will need 2. Ancient sewer hippos were quite fearsome, especially if they could detach their head. Why do you have wings? Oh right, so your head can float, right? Wow, it looks weird. Fearsome Lalafell roars. Ah! It looks like its head is actually attached to its body, but it's not. Oh yeah, I needed TBN for that. Alright. Right, the body does a line AoE and the head does like a half-room cleave in front of it. So that's a T shape. Flap. This is the time where it splashes of all the arena, right? And then there's the find a friend, I believe. Or maybe not. Is it spread first? It is spread first. Oh dear. It's been a while. Ah! I misaligned, so now I have a dot on me. Rah. You can knockback immune then. That is true. I was just checking if I could knockback cancel with my plunge because I had one. That is true. We could just knockback immune that. Watch the head. Planned. I'm a foreign Malaysia. Blarg. Which ones are you thinking of, Zaf? Do you have examples? AoEs in the game with the same red arrow as the find a friend thing. Gonna do all this right in my 2-minute burst? Uh-oh. Also not enough to break my barrier in a single hit. We are on minimum item level, right? I'm pretty sure we are. Watch the head. Guess who forgot to watch the head? It was me. The head comes again. This is getting a little dicey. And I think we can recover. The Black Mage LB3 is a rare sight. Somewhere Shantoto is smiling. My power. The meteor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. The mechanics do get a little more threatening when the bosses really, like, actually do damage, don't they? It's been a while. Although I will say, I have a few times... Oops, didn't use arm's length fast enough. A few times gotten this one, like, as my random raid. Like normal raid roulette, and every time, as far as I remember, it has been like an ordeal, to say the least. Go, Pokeball! It's a really big Pokeball. What did Gazel do? Oh no, he went in as White Mage. He went in as White Mage. He switched before we entered, as far as I recall. Did he not? Oh, you're right. He switched back before I actually managed to cue us in. maybe that is why we had such a hard time. I don't know. Apparently, Gazel went Conjurer for this. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the Hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis' power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magus. Truly, having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Caetsu, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and this only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depths. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. Hey Rikke, hope you're doing well. Eller Rikke.
While our success in sealing away the Hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The key ward of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the key wards besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Of course, a man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, key wards are not only masters of interment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I'm certain that, so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the Hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He is like as not taking your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix? I have heard the name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. You're spelling it wrong. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Brea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Brea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Brea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the Warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishments? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Brea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew to some other wing of Pandemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelos' most unruly subjects to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. It is very nice music, Makoto. Zab says, Lost City of Amtapo, and Boss has a mechanic where two players get targeted with a large red circle AoE with a similar red arrow on top. Isn't it a pink arrow? Well, I don't remember quite, so you might be right on that. I just feel like it is a different kind of red arrow.
I'm guessing what Yek is talking about is crafter pentamelding. I think there's something incredibly funny about him still wearing glasses. But what? Well, that was easy. Pentamelding is extremely expensive because it's random. There's a chance you just, like, throw 1,000,000 into it and nothing happens. But it can also be cheap. It seems whoever's behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to enter the Phoenix. If I remember correctly, the final materia, like, overmilled in like an accessory which normally only has like one materia slot, like the 4th overmilled, meaning the 5th materia has like a 5% chance of working. So on average you would need 20, but random is as random wants to be. So sometimes it takes 100. Hey, was that also, what was it? Was it Makoto that had changed name to that? Makoto? Not to be confused with Makoto? Oh, that's fine. No, it's YHBACF is used to be called Makoto, and that's easier than saying that. Okni says, I like that there are different sound effects depending on how much materia broke in the process. I feel like the feeling there is usually that it's just like layers of the same sound. It's like when there's a lot of them breaking, it's just... Ardell says, you can actually read more about the creation of this prototype Phoenix in the Tales in the Shadows through his eyes, which also gives a glimpse of life at the time of La Habrea and the Convocation. Nice. I actually didn't know that. I did know there was the Tales from the Shadows, but I think I only read one of them. Ah, yes. The classic Phoenix with 3 long heads. Right? Big circle AoE, I believe. Oh yeah, don't forget the 4 wings, also true. And an integral part. Makoto says, is there a specific reason for... Uh-oh, I messed up drastically here, sorry about that. Is there a specific reason why we spell it, why they spell it Phoenix? Apparently it's the Greek spelling. Interesting. I didn't know that either. I'm terribly sorry about this mess up. Looks like the group really didn't need that. Oh no. That is the saddest thing. The right side is cleaved. For those who didn't see it, I saw that Gazel used Swift Cast, but there was no MP for a race. Oh, I'm really not paying very much attention now. Sorry. I was certain that there was like a moment where the boss left the arena, but maybe not. Oh! Left side getting cleaved. I wasn't sure when I could turn him. I should have just gone to my position earlier. That's my bad. Right, we recovered fully. I think. I'm pretty sure. This looks like a full recovery. Yeah, exactly, Makoto. That is part of the reason why, when we can, and I try to do this as minimum item level. Because that makes it a little more interesting. Makes the fight, it makes the boss have a little bit more of a chance as well. Oh boy. That's the fire orbs, right? Nope. That's the fire orbs, right? Nope. Not that kind of fire orb, at least. That's the one. It's the big circle one first. I always get surprised by how big it is. Do you then do the spirals next? No, you just leave. Did you accidentally walk off? My greed! Ah. Oh, it's a knockback. Hey Obama, hope you're doing well. Oh, here comes the spiral orbs. I could imagine that, Sav. The few times where I've gotten this one randomly in Duty Finder, what usually kills groups is the oh yeah, the spiral orbs, and then like 5 people die right at the start. At least it's like right at the start, so you can just go again. There's also some times where people don't spread the ads well enough, and then you die. Like there's like 2 fail conditions that can come up quite often. Oh, room clear. I wasn't fast enough. I'm like chasing behind mechanics. Oh, spiral orbs. So like I keep missing the timing on TBN by a second because of a cooldown. A thing that can easily be missed is that in general, this boss hits extremely hard and also hits the off tank. Yeah, Ymir, I had more HP than you. I used like 4 cooldowns and I also died. So like that tank buster just hits like stupidly hard. For some reason. Big circle AoE. That was close. Whew. Yeah, I do remember that the double tank buster on this particular fight hits for an insane amount for a normal fight. Like, genuinely, it's like those kind of tank busters where you're like, ah, it's normal, it's fine, and you just take it on the face with no mitigation, and you're like, oh, 90% of my HP, wonderful. And that's what I expected from a normal fight. So, like, the thing, what I'm getting at there is that it's not that the boss hits ridiculously hard with its tank busters and its attacks. It's that relative to what you'd normally expect of a normal boss, it hits that hard. Ymir says it killed me through Heart of Corundum. Yeah, you had like 20k HP left, right? 10 or 20, and I had like 30. I used Shadow Wall, I'm pretty sure I used Shadow Wall, Rampart, Oblation, and TBN, and I survived and died 1 hit later. Like, I survived with an inch of HP and just died immediately after. Savage must be rough. Wasn't the Savage version of this fight like the Party Finder killer? I believe it was something like that. I also remember that Warrior, I'm pretty sure I heard that it was this fight on Savage where the legendarily stupidly silly 29-second pre-pull inner release Primal Rent opener for Warrior came about. Because there was something with timing with with an ad phase. that made it better by like a tiny bit. I feel like the boss just kept targeting you with something in here. Like you got knocked down, then you come back up, and the boss is like, "Ah, perfect, you're back." With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there's yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there's but one person in Aspodelos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though, fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. What do you mean? Oh. A contemporary display, as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Oh, Ericthonius, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master Labrea suffers your mediocrity I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential, to be son to Master Labrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about Labrea. Silence! You're not worthy to utter his name! For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your mere abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality, yet I still require glasses for some reason. I have become one with our mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemitheos shall I serve Master Labrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. It's a fashion statement. I will keep using my glasses, just 'cause it makes me look good. And he shall require no other. I think not. Falcon plunge! Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of intimate, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. That's an interesting sword you've got there.
Caetsu, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Flashbang! Respect the glam. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master intimate so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing, where they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts of Asphodelos. I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonius. Even dullards have their uses. He doesn't require them. He just think like they still have strength in them. Like he can't see anything because it's so blurry. Because he continues to wear his glasses. Now says Hesperos, the evening star, later known as Vesper, is the half-brother of Phosphoros, the morning star that became Lucifer in Latin. Interesting. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonius worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Much as I am loath to disturb Ericthonius so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not allow us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events, concerning both the keyword and his father. You talk with him. I'm busy. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am La Habrea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. It was La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea. More specifically, my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Habrea. She's your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You have the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there's little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She's no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. Yes, Themis, that's how that works. I've known only the public face of La Habrea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that oft he comes across as cold.
Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Cut the music!
Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand, after all. Namely, how to deal with Hesperos.
We have... Wolf's Den music! Let's go!
We've yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he's vulnerable to interment. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Brea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. La Brea is the chief keyword of Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter?
If you fail to confine him, I can always strike him down. I brought a large sword.
Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you've faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Ericthonius' plan. Thank you, Caetsu. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Rhicolacus, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around him at will. Around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory.
Urine says, well, large compared to you. Compared to Hesperos, it's a tiny sword. I brought a knife. I brought a knife for this fight. Big problem when you bring a knife to a sword fight. Hey, look at the Magi. A blade is a blade. That is true. A very tiny blade is still a blade. Did Gazel leave again? Is Gazel coming? Is Gazel coming back again? Well, if Gazel is not coming back, then we have a space to fill. I hope Gazel didn't leave because they were embarrassed because of I hope you left because you had to go, Gazel, and not because of something that happened. Yeah, the thing is, I can't quite see if we have people hanging around. Yeah, thank you for joining, Dazzle, in that case. Dazzle says, I generally have no memory for those earlier fights. That's fine. Like, genuinely, that's totally fine. If we wipe, that's okay. So if that's why, don't worry about it. Derpy, if you, like... I don't know if you saw, there was a bunch of people hanging out in Anagnorisis over in Elpis. And I'm guessing they can see if people are, like, showing up. So if you want to come in, you can hang out there as well. And then... Oh, he's serious. He put away his glasses. But yeah, like I just invited Aridel because I know Aridel doesn't mind coming, and I knew Aridel was available. Yumia asked if they could main tank, so that's why I'm suddenly not main tanking. I believe that one is get away from the middle? Is that right? I believe that means that the next one here will be the knockback. I think? Yep. That means get close to the middle. Yeah, that makes sense, Makoto. I always thought that standing in the square that stuff was happening in was a bad idea. And was surprised when it didn't really matter on normal. Right, we have a spread. In addition to the other two, we just have to keep track of which order they happen in and react. Knock back first. Spread second. Oh, there's also a line AoE coming. And then in the end, we have to get away from the middle. I'm guessing the reason why... Oh, line AoE. I'm guessing the reason why they don't really punish you for standing in the square is because they might have... the developers might have deemed that it was already difficult enough for a normal mode encounter to have such a mechanic. So it was like they didn't want to punish you for doing the mechanic correctly because you did it in the wrong quarter of the arena. Like, that's my guess as to why that is. You only do it once here? I thought you usually did it twice. Ah, yes, here it comes. Another one. Is this mechanic confusing, Rike? What is it? What part of it is it? The blade, or the rapier, you could say, is big frontal cone, and the cloak is a knockback. So you want to make sure, like, you either have to stand right in front of it, or you have to absolutely not stand in front of it. That's exactly what I mean by this fight was already quite difficult on normal. Is that the knockback from the center, like the water mechanic, that one, if you misinterpret that one, you die. If you're standing too close to the middle, the lightning attack one-shots you as well on normal. So, like, while the fight is very forgiving because it's normal, it also has mechanics that are like, oh yeah, if you mess that one up, you're just dead. Knockback time. Oh yeah, there's also this. I didn't remember that it was this stacked with stuff. If I remember correctly, like, near the end of this, like, raid tier, it was pretty common that the boss was like that Hesperos was already dead by now. So, like, that, like, 4-step mechanic, you usually killed him in the middle of it. Another meteor! You've never seen this many meteors in a single in a raid session. And speaking of this particular fight, if I remember correctly, a lot of people said he was easier than P3S. Yeah, how's that immortality working for you, bro? How's it going? A minion. Nope. Ain't doing good? Oh, and he's gone. And that's when we remember that immortal doesn't mean the same as invulnerable, I suppose. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools, I will not be put in chains. The Pokeball failed! To think that I would fall before one such as you? Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. I am nuisance-sized. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You're wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. Time for my signature move! I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. He's just straight up fading. And he's gone! Sillet stab! Bang! And the vampire man is gone. Weirdly enough, he never remote controlled his blade in the actual fight. Yeah, now that you mention it. If he could do that all that time, maybe that was his secret up his sleeve. He was like saving that so we didn't know he could do that. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Brea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Brea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power. Power that La Brea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It's not as uncommon as you might think. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you through, how it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. Alright, Ericthonius, who is it? But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? And done! What is this presence? Ericthonius, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. It's a really big creature. Like a really big creature. I think he's hungry. A warding sigil. How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. A dog of math and gems. It's a very big dog. More cooks down in Abyssos. They're stirring as well. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? Absolutely. It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said that memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Brea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential hemithoi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Ericthonius. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemithios, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield intimate magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Then nothing's stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help. But... do you mean to send a report to La Brea? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking Elabrea for help, should it come to that. I'm just here to nod approvingly. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Ericthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you're weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the Hippocampus' assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Nod? No nod. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together, we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Caetsu her rest. You, however, no rest for you. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Oh, you mean I know you didn't say math. I said math because the cabbies are made of like geometry. I don't know if the proto is, but the regular ones are, I believe, something like that. No nodding. Zapsus, they really like to suggest taking breaks in Shadowbringers. I always felt like the designer was like, alright, go take a break now. Every time MSQ made the player go to an inn, and you're probably right. They're like, here's a good stopping point, and I'm pretty sure that we actually had those when Smol Caetsu was going through Shadowbringers and Endwalker, where like conveniently the time where the MSQ was like, alright, in time, was often around the time, like often around the time where it was like, oh yeah, this works well. This is actually break time. But I will also say that the MSQ feels longer because of the extra cutscenes. Welcome back, welcome Caetsu. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So, what did you find? A lot of things. Also, hey Sin, I hope you're doing well. Bro was using Warp Strike with his blade from Final Fantasy 15. Knocked us over in the corner. So there's evil afoot in Pandemonium, an already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Caetsu heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of Caetsu, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing, that her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beasts that arose during the final days. Oh right, I'm here too. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars that left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium? Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there's aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. It has become very small since like, it looks like you handed me just air. Did you eat the crystal, Kai? Did you? Why did you just hand me air? Ah, the air shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Melanie is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras and would give you goods in return that should aid you in trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, NemGG has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. No, I didn't. Mouthful of crystal. I sense that we've embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I've accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there's anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we've unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. Did you eat the heart of the beak? Well, I was hungry, and it's very powerful and effective. And Alana says, I thought they had break times in AR, were those only for in-game reasons? Well, there might have been really, like, select points in the story where they're like, oh, take a break. Like, for example, at each, like, major patch in the post-game of AR. But in Shadowbringers, for example, I think during the leveling story of Shadowbringers, you're actually sent to the inn to, like, take a rest, like, 3 times. Or is it 4? And they do the same in Endwalker, I believe. And in the post-game, they don't do this nearly as much. They just have, after each patch, they're like, alright, you go take a break. And then you're just standing there like, that should be enough of a break. And then you just talk with them again. Exactly, after each Light Warden. Please ignore any changes to Smol Caetsu as a result of ingesting the heart of the beak. Nothing has happened. This is normal. For a second, I thought this was like drawn in paint. I just saw like this little eye and the red and the white, and then I saw there's like smoke on the outside. Like, they cut down on the art budget for a moment here. Yeah, usually if there's like a break because the next patch has to add to it, they usually go, you go take a rest, because that gives like a logical reason why the next part comes later. But once it has already arrived, it makes no sense. Because it's like, well, I'll just
continue now. Caetsu, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Caetsu. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Hey! Wolf's Den music! Let's go! I.jpg. Exactly. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with the crystals set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Ericthonius, were sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandemonium, a presence yet stirs. Oh, look, watch out for the gift. A presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole, and indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith, by tracing the matching etheric signature to its source. I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Caetsu grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusenord, namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we've heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Caetsu, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into those records may shed light on creatures Caetsu has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. See you, Emir. Thank you for coming. As says, it still makes sense because in the story your character would have to take a break anyway to let the research etc. go. That is true. What I meant by it makes no sense is specifically that practically from the player's perspective, you just have like, oh, go take a break, and you're like, alright, break over then, and then you just continue forward. And yeah, we have a spot open, so if there's anyone who would like to join who isn't already in, don't know if there's anyone in Anachnorisis you can see that I should invite. But we can also take that when we get to P5. But yeah, that thing with Claudian, now that I know what happens next, I'm a bit like, wow, we should have seen this a mile away. You seek records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective walls continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Ericthonius' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master an intimate, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter, more idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the news to Pandemonium. Yes, my small Kai here is on Alpha. Whereas my main is on Louisoire. Now we are 2 players down. But we'll see what we do once we have reached the encounter. Yeah, if you want to come along, like we will need 2 more players to actually do it minimum item level. So if you are interested in coming along, if you come to Alpha, we can figure it out. And you, of course, you would need to let me know that you're there so that I don't like just sit here screaming into the void. Yeah, there's no reason to like just if you're doing something to sit idle. If you would like to do something else for a bit, I don't know how long this takes after all. As I've pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Ericthonius were 2 sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. Blink. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as the way of things. It's the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Brea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Brea. I'm that guy. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Brea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creatures which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip into the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Brea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that the Academia in Ida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Brea. Such authority is reserved for the Chief Key Ward, the Key Chief Ward, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Brea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the key wards also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Brea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Sus. Really? And you're certain that a key ward sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. I mean, it's going to be hard to disturb them, let alone find them. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversaries sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. Alright, Derby, your character was Uno Vara, right? I'm pretty sure that matches with a lot of other things. And you're also in the correct zone. All is well, entirely dependent on one's perspective. That is true. Everything is well, no one's dying. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. I have a feeling this is going to take more than 6 hours in total.
Congratulations! You've captured air! Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. Now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Heh. There's something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You're allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster's locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodella's wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Oh, now, there's no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea. Your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose student struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deemed to offer an escape, you remain here. You're bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you... Poof! Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. I brought a knife. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. Like me, the one with the knife. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. It is plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Hey Emos, hope you're doing well. When you're looking at, this is basically Pandemonium. It's the Endwalker raid series. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over Familiar, Creation, and Keyword alike. And so, there can be but one conclusion. Brea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, its relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Brea I know. You've met him, yes? You think he's capable of this? Sure. La Brea is capable of far more than you know. Does Smol Caetsu use it for cooking? Sometimes, probably, maybe. I don't think she's very good at cooking. Maybe cutting out crystals? But why would she? She could just eat them as is. Is he? So you believe La Brea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Brea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomfiting to behold. What does that even mean? Is that a typo? I don't actually know that word. Then we must move forward with no excessive caution. La Brea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. It is probably a real word. It seems so similar to discomforting that I'm just like, why didn't they just say that? I shall stay by Ericthonius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. I'm going to trouble you to take the vanguard. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that, even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. My weight? How dense do you think I am? Remote control, man. Yeah, remote control, man. He put excogitation on me, except this excogitation summons ads. Right then. So we're down 2 players again. Now we're down 3 players. See, it got disconnected. Fair enough. Zarv, what was your character named? I'll just teleport back to Anagnorisis. Ogni says they can join as well. Sure. Do I have your characters on my friends list? Oh, there you are at least. Is that Zarv? Who this? That is Zarv. Nev said they had to go. Hey Riku, hope you're doing well. Right then. You two knew this. Pretty much. I don't think we need 2 tanks for this one. So, this is probably fine. It's probably good to have 2 healers though. This is probably fine. You know things are going down when you get teleported into like a metal theme or something like this. It's just big. I wonder how many generations of Kabis it took to become small and adorable. Boss Bunker. Chandler says, this leads me to believe that Lalafels were once like this. The proto-Lalafell. Just a giant fail monstrosity. If this one does much damage, I'll take this one. Can I have this one? Is it stronger? Does it apply better Radiant Aegis? Who fed Kabi after midnight? No, I remember when I was progging this fight on stream on Savage, in the Savage version as summoner. That was the first time I had to turn off not just, you know, party animations. I had to turn off personal animations, because when those, well, okay, just dodge my Salt and Darkness then. I could not see where the crystals I had to look for were, with like Titan explosions and stuff happening on top. I couldn't see anything. It felt so weird to play the game with literally no feedback when you cast your attacks. I'm pretty sure that my Living Shadow would just get denied here anyway. Well, I guess most of it would have been able to go through, but here we are. Titan just here like, so this is how you feel when I leave the arena like 3 or 4 times within 1 minute, huh? Yeah, I get it. Bit annoying, isn't it? A little bit. I'll think about it. But I really like my strategy of leaving 3 times. Really effective. There's also the part I recall specifically that this fight on Savage is like a crash course in, yes, bosses also snapshot dots. Wow, I remember healers did not like it when the tank went, I'll just use invuln for that. Run, there's a stack marker. The rare black mage that actually uses Addle in a normal encounter. It is very much appreciated. I just noticed the animation. Oh, congratulations, Emus. Triple kill! He does not care. If he snipes you, you're dead. He's just like, well, you were in it. Hey, Caetsu. Hope you're doing well. It's quite silly that the stomp itself doesn't just kill you when it just tags you to one-shot you afterwards anyway. Like, it just feels like an unnecessary evil. Like, he's just really cruel. Speaking of cruel, this man is hitting me for 15k per swing. I should probably use TBN for basic attacks with that amount of power. Oh, I think we are on the right side? Yup. How about some more meteor? Oh, nice. We're in the correct spot again. Oh boy. Ow. That was crazy. Like, I didn't actually realize that this boss hit that hard. Like, with just the filler stuff. You've captured a protocarby! Now, if only you could summon it. Nice that the song dropped. That would be hilarious if Summoner actually got anything related to protocarby in the next expansion. If this is the prototype, imagine the power that's hidden within current day carbies. Meanwhile, current day carbies. Most adorable thing you've ever seen. The 2D complete noise is the Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of "You caught a Pokemon!" Oh yeah! That's true. Protocarby sounds like a workout. Yeah, I suppose. Although, would you want a drink for carbs? So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Ericthonius and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you're a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. La Brea. Am I supposed to know who you are? Passably perceptive. Yes, I am La Brea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? It's a heavy debuff, apparently. Now, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Ericthonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Ericthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? You have your allies, one of them who's crowd control, and the other one who's thin, as we were talking about. Ericthonius, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Brea, why speak such blatant lies? Oh no, his movement speed is reduced! Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. Wap, 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 wap. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Brea that I knew took pride in the Convocation, and would never suffer its denigration. He used it sooner. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Brea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Brea would never call me by the name Themis. Kaboom! That's a nice fireball there. It's La Brea again! What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter. You have no right to claim that form, that mask. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the hand thing. What? Who? My hair's even redder. 'Twas the mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Brea, a man who values his position above all. Who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty? Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you might have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. And it is I whom you shall call father. That's weird. Weird way to say that. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Brea I know. Let me walk through this poison pool. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Brea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Brea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. This is pretty funny when you think about it, that Elidibus knew exactly... Oh, please, help him. Save him, someone said. It's pretty funny, in retrospect, that Elidibus knew exactly where to send us into the past because he knew where we were in the past. And then La Brea died from the poison pool taking all his HP. Yeah, exactly. What actually delayed Smol Caetsu in exiting the area is he was like, but wait, didn't the poison pools around the arena one-shot? How much HP do you guys have? You just see, like, Ericthonius, who's like, he has basically no magic capacity, and you just see, like, there's just 18 zeros for his HP. What else is? I'm surprised Archibuster hasn't offered to eat these mushrooms in the bag still. I'm guessing Archibuster is either preoccupied with something else, or maybe we finally found something that Archibuster isn't eating. Turns out it's only lethal to unsundered beings. Ah.
As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure Lahabrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Venar, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that.
Rolanda says, I like the joined A in the stream title. Yeah, indeed, as a Dane, I have access to the A on my keyboard. I found that incredibly funny when I saw Pandemonium was the new raid. I was like, hey, wait a minute. Why are you using that letter? How will people write that? Love says, didn't the 3 Asians get some parts of memories removed during the sundering? Yes, but there's also the part that, as we understand with the memories, that you basically get everything back as you go, like, to the Ethereal Sea, and while Elidibus was, like, in a little bit of a, like, limbo situation there, it might be that he had gotten back all his memories by then already. And also, he was one of the unsundered, I believe. Right? I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, Lahabrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself Lahabrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elizabeth had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I see no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name Lahabrea is but a mark of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. Thank you, Derby. And thank you for checking in, Amus. Enjoy your day. Indeed, Silvermint. That's also why I'm saying, like, I'm not sure if that counted as being in the Ethereal Sea, but he was also unsundered. As you also said. But yeah, the problem was that he was basically like... the zodiac things had caused him to get weird, but when he was dispelled, you could say, he finally remembered. Like, he stopped being weird, and then he remembered. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed the way for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right? Was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endured has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? This is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Ericthonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Asm and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Caetsu has stood against. I don't think that's a very good argument. That sounds to me more like, yes, so that's exactly the reason why. That's exactly the reason why we should destroy it. If you ever forget stuff, just stop being weird. Caetsu Chaiji 2024. Just stop being weird. And part of the reason why he was different is because when he stepped out of the primal, he was basically infused with the will of his people, which was what was making him weird. That's why he had a really hard time understanding why he wanted to do what he was doing. And then when he finally got dispelled, you could say, he could finally think for himself again. It's quite interesting. Caetsu, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? She's the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we've subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Caetsu. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. What was that you said about being an emissary? That's brilliant! Elidibus, the emissary, may speak on our behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Dun 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 dun.
As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then, in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, in entering any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Caetsu's might and Ericthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavour is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that, we won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. You're also taller than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Caetsu, come find me when you're finished. Ericthonius is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Oh, he ran really far away. I'm going to sulk over on the other end of this entire zone. Get back here, you! You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Brea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other key wards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Brea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Brea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Caetsu? Does the La Brea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. What would possess him to do that? Even for La Brea, such an act would be a black mark against him if it were made known. I can't imagine how much your ally suffered. But it's plain there's much to consider. Thank you, Caetsu. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Brea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford,
Caetsu, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. All the way back again. Why did you have to go this far away, Ericthonius? Running, running, and running, running. Hello. I wanted to see where he was beaten up. Ericthonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Asam. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Asam never ceases to surprise. Everyone just does this hip thing in this quest line. The previous Asam was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Asam's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. And Silk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however, only your deeds can speak for you now. Wolf's Den music! You wish no more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creatures lie within.
The chief keywords reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to?
I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation. Or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow your safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of hegemony, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemitheos, though doubtless against her will. Caetsu, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Ericthonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they can carry you. They carry you. that pose just Oh, is everyone ready? I see someone is AFK. Is it Derpy? You are in fact unfamiliar to him. Oh, that's a good one, Kitsu. Painter Alphino and his apprentices. Small guy just picking up Ericthonius and running away with him. I look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Yoink! Zarf, I don't believe Elidibus was in that particular batch that got altered by Hermes. What do you mean? She looks perfectly normal. The smugness. Welcome back, Emir. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Darth. Hope you're doing well as well. Oh, right. Time for a trick. Ha. Uh-oh. I don't think Azul saw the trick. Sorry. Oh. That one is unpredictable. Yep, this is P6. Turns out there's a lot of cutscene. Like, I'm reasonably confident that if we had just skipped all the cutscenes, we would have already finished. Very nice. Interesting way to do it. I hadn't considered you could just use hallowed ground. Hey, Sultan Finnel, hope you're doing well. Love how iLvl screams louder than the song. Called Scream. It's a real roar of fury and combat prowess. That is, I have to say, that is incredibly impressive take. Like just inches, like a single inch of space. That's incredible. Gotta optimize those ley lines, you know? Oh no. When you realize that there's a Cone AoE coming your way. I should have weaved that more cleanly. Then it could have worked. Ah, yes. The funny flip. Except this one actually just completely makes it so that this isn't relevant. I don't have to do anything. It's always funny when that happens. But it's a funny mechanic. Hello. Let's take on an LB3 again. If you all let him. Probably. So far this has been Meteors, the raid team. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this works. Ugh. Yeah, I threw my TBN on Gasol. I saw there might be 1 second from death. So then I was missing my TBN for the tank buster instead. Oh, no flippies here? Okay. Big primals. Well, I guess I never adjusted the sizes of them on Smol Caetsu. That's fine. Makes it even funnier. F, no meteors. Oh well. The living are truly doomed. No meteor. Makoto says, I just realized the next fight is the only fight in the entirety of 14 that I've ever seen a duty actually leave. Wait, what do you mean? Like a person leaving or an entire group leaving? Or like a failure to succeed? Jesus, I was stuck mid-cast. Aww. Everyone left the fight. Huh. Well, P7 is surprisingly hard. On normal. I remember I had a run ages ago that I actually did for like footage for a video, and the group required, like, there were so many deaths that I basically had, I think I was playing White Mage, and I used Raise like on Swift Cast cooldown, and I think there was a point where I used Presence of Mind to like thin air, raise someone, thin air, raise someone else, and stuff like that. And the only part I remember clearly from that is that right when we were about to like almost recover and like stabilize, the other healer got rest, got up, and accidentally pressed rescue and yoinked me into the hole in the center. And I just sat there like, why? We won, we didn't wipe, but it was just sitting there like, I was like the only person that hadn't died in that entire run, like that entire pool. And it just got rescue yoinked by accident. Oh, they did say sorry. Can't imagine they did it intentionally either. Kai hit squad. We've won! The key ward is sealed away and alive this time. Our Brea can't deny us now. Or can he? Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit of our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, Aether's sinner's retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue Hesperos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there's one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Caetsu and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies close to us. Then tell me, for whom do you fight? Sorry, what, sorry, I don't know what came over me. What is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. How about Phoenix? All souls return to the underworld, except Phoenix, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Ericthonius. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? I don't know, Ymir. That's why I'm just sticking to reading exactly the letters that I'm seeing. I think I think it's close enough. I'm sorry if it's inaccurate. I'm pretty sure Hesperos is spelled differently. Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother.
Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss.
You would call me a fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition, for the sake of the star, no doubt.
Ugh, I can hear it again. That voice inside my head.
You probably shouldn't call it that.
I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother. Oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you.
Uh-oh.
No! Listen not, Ericthonius.
Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Well then. Yeah. That's kind of it, stuff. That's also like, there's also other words that are in Greek where I'm like, well, like for example with sage actions, I say most of them with like an English twist to it, but then some of them I use the, like, a closer to a Greek one when I think, well, the English pronunciation sounds dumb, so, but as long as we can make it work, it's close enough for me. In that regard, the Phoenix probably does not truly die. Maybe it's just that it dies and then resurrects so quickly that the body just like reforms around the soul before it gets to leave or something. I don't know. It's similar to what Makoto is saying.
Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Ericthonius, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Ericthonius himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other key wards had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another?
You might be right, Ymir. I'm not saying that there was an issue. It's just that sometimes when people ask, isn't it said like this? Sometimes it's, oh, I'm just checking. Other times it's like, no, it's actually bothering me incredibly that you're saying it wrong. That one is a lot more rare. But that's why I felt like it was necessary to explain myself like that.
As I thought, someone was trying to warn Ericthonius. But whom? Could it have been one of the key wards? Alas, the warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Ericthonius past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There's time yet to save him.
That's a weird way to order those words.
There's time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach.
Wolf's Den music!
Just as with Hesperos, Ericthonius is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Labrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Caetsu shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow us to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure.
Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure.
Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success. I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Ericthonius. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there's the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Ericthonius' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it?
I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain.
Did you mean to protect Ericthonius with your silence?
Yes, you can, Ymir. I think we are two players down, actually. How dare you? Am I wrong, though, Labrea? No. No, you are right. The blame... He actually answered my question. Incredible. You're right. The blame for Ericthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. I think we have two spaces, goddammit. And Ymir is taking one of them at least. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the intimate, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Intimate shall not be necessary. From here I can see Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. See, Obama says, is Themis Elidibus? Yes. I'm assuming you wouldn't ask if you were afraid of spoilers. Why doesn't he keep the mask off? We are in an area where it is prohibited for ancients to wear masks. So they have to take them off. Give me an accept invite. Let's see. Right now we only have one healer. I don't know if that is a good idea. Yep. Alright, I'll do another ready check. Yeah, Elidibus is very, very cool. His blue glowing eyes. I mean, La Habrea also looks very nice. Obama also said, I just pronounce stuff the coolest way my brain can muster. That also often works, actually. Sometimes if the word is from a specific language, you can get it wrong. But just pronouncing it in a cool way usually, like, sells it well enough that people will be able to, like, forgive that. I remember I have a friend who, like, so in the word rebuke... there was a spell called that in World of Warcraft, and he called it Rebuke for years. And I didn't know how it was pronounced, so I just took his word for it. But when I finally discovered that oh right, that's her. When I finally discovered that the way to pronounce it is actually Rebuke, and told him, he was like, oh, that's kind of sad. Rebuke is way cooler. Hey, Antibuster. You missed the poisonous mushrooms in the Protocarby area. We're actually talking about whether you would honestly eat those. You know what, Silvermint? That's also fair enough. It's totally fair. Because reprise is like... more like a... I think it's a French borrowed word. And yeah, I did see it, Angel. I'll assume that you will use the cover hallowed ground trick at some point. Fair enough, Adjubust. I hope you had a good time. I think... like, it's a rare case, but I think even in Danish we might use the word reprise. But usually only, like, you know, people trying to be fancy will use the word. I want to be on this platform over here. Specifically this one. Why, you might ask? Because I want to be in melee range. Mm-hmm. That was tight. That was really close, I feel. Oh yeah, I guess this is Archibuster's song. In a weird way. I was... Uh-oh. We're in trouble now. I was wondering what you were going to do about that, Angel. I was specifically thinking, how will they get out of this one? And then I promptly got my answer. I'm pretty sure the boss smacks the second in Enmity if a tank is dead. So we're going to lose people very fast. Zarf is next up. We need specifically Angel up, or this will keep happening. Right, this is a wipe. Just hop off. Just jump off. Just jump off the arena. Yeah, just saying, for this specific fight, if any tank is dead, they have to be raised immediately. Because as long as they're dead, the boss basically just goes on like a hunting party and just slays everyone else one at a time. Because the boss auto-attacks both tanks all the time throughout the fight. And not just one of them. So if any tank is dead, then whoever's second in Enmity will just die after a few hits, because the boss hits like a freight train. So I'm not saying this to admonish anyone or anything, I'm just saying that's what needs to happen. And then we hope that people don't die now. Although we can take it if they do. It is a quite cruel fight, yeah. The scariest thing with tanking this as the off-tank, in my opinion, is actually that it's not unusual for randoms to not even realize that the off-tank also is tanking. So it's very common for the off-tank to just be left high and dry on healing, and then they die to something, and then everyone's just sitting there like, but how did you die? You weren't even tanking. Huh? Like, it is a really weird fight. Those tank busters being like 8 yalms wide, where we have a cover that has a 10 yalm range, makes it a little scary. Because if we overlap the circles, then I'll just die anyway. Or rather, then Angel will probably die because it does so much damage that they don't want to have 2 actual hits. Yeah, we're already doing way better, by the way. Way better. But man, this boss hits hard. Like, the tank busters are one thing, but just the regular swings hit like... Wow! This boss, because it's hitting 2 tanks at once, is basically swinging for 30,000 damage on every auto attack. Uh-oh. Get away. Somehow you survived. Incredible. As a resilient cat. Hey, thank you for renewing your membership, Agibuster. Welcome back, I guess, to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you. Are we all okay? I was surfing on gifted memberships before. I like that image. I like the image of that. Surfing on gifted memberships. Yeah, that's also true, Ham. We will probably have a much easier time with the 3rd tier. Because it's more recent. But even so, I think part of what makes this hard, is that people are not used to things hurting this much. And having to respect the mechanics this much. Because we're on minimum item level. So like, maybe it'll be a little easier, but I think it might not necessarily be as much easier as we expect. But I imagine the mechanics will be less of an issue, because we all know what to do with them. Oh yeah, this is the one where you have to intercept things. I can't remember which order they happen in. This order, apparently. Do we get all of them? I sure hope we do. And back away. Welcome back, Irene. Why is it so much damage? That's insane! I just now realized that that's the attack that the boss is using 3 times in a row. Is doing like 80% on a healer. What? I remembered it did a lot of damage, but that's insane. As a meteor. Yeah. This mechanic, I believe, like stopped happening, like during the time of this raid. Like people got good enough to just skip the mechanic where there's the knockback thing. No, Tay! Oh, God. We have a healer with a vulnerability stack. Wow. Oh. I didn't expect Spark of Life X3, like just raid-wide spam, to be that scary. That's insane. Spark of Life, maybe 80% was like a slight exaggeration, but I did see like Guzzle drop from full health to like 20%, and then the boss just cast it again and again. And I saw Cat Damon low enough that I was like, I don't think they'll live that. But I didn't have anything left, it felt like. I didn't have anything. It was like, I hope someone else has got you, because I sure don't. I could probably used Ablation, but just concluded, yeah, that's not going to make enough of a difference. It was crazy. They invented Panheim and Lilybell specifically for this attack. I feel like the attack took so long to resolve that it would only like catch 2 of them, but it's crazy. Sounds as I greeted my Ifrit a bit and got smacked on the head. You know what, that's a classic. Gazel says, should have saved Sarah for that. Yeah, I remembered there was a triple Spark of Life when it was happening, so like... It's always easy in hindsight, right? I think we did well. Second try. That boss, I remember, was really hard on release. I think I wiped at least 2 or 3 times on release, but I might remember wrong. I did it on stream on release, actually, so you could just go back and check. And yeah, that's actually a good point as well, Makoto, is that it's a raid-wide that hits like an actual truck, just... And then there's a dot. Like, that's just also a dot. We felt like it wasn't doing enough damage already. We decided that it needed to be able to kill a healer on its own, if you ignored it. Odell says, Liturgy really feels perfect for this mechanic every time. Fair enough. Right. The moment Actistis was slain, the flow of ether and Pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts throughout which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... hamburgers. If only I could restore Tartarus to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It's been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, keyword Actistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path throughout the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report! The report! That was you! Doubtless you recognized my voice from the many times I've called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. It is the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Ericthonius.
No longer can you hide your heart away.
Blink.
Hephaestus? No, the masked Maximus La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These were my recollections of the moments following. You truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Ericthonius.
My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Ericthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth.
His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred?
If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow.
Smol Caetsu, they're like, I feel like Ericthonius should be here for this. Ericthonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you. And for Ericthonius, I hope.
Thank you, Agdistis.
I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens?
Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear.
Hey, Cephiculus, hope you're doing well. Truly the greatest dad.
Agdistis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side.
Gazel says, I like how my fairy stayed in the center even when the floor changed. That's true. That is pretty funny. This isn't the only time where there's something weird with when the floor changes that something can do that. I think there's something been with markers that got a little bit weird.
The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. Hey Axel, hope you're doing well. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Ericthonius could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemithii. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Ericthonius to safety, in accordance with Actistis' last wish. Very well. I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge. The Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. Labrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Caetsu's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There's no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it, then, that you have no intent to seal him away as before? The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Round 8. The one where there's voice acting as well. Oh yeah, I guess we don't need 2 tanks for this. The Warrior of Light is too heavy to float. Well, they did talk about my weight earlier, even though I'm a small lava very dense Warrior of Light, in every way you can think of it.
Ericthonius is mine, heart and soul, and with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Being the Warrior of Light has a heavy debuff, but you can never see it. Perfect imperfection. Oh yeah, because it's Labrea doing it, it's red this time instead of blue.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From Fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight!
It only gets shown during the walk. Oh yeah.
Let sheep sorrow into your heart.
Let naught but ash in your wake.
I tire of this farce.
Leave not but ash in your wake. Almost had it. Whenever I fight
The fruits of sacrifice.
Hephaestus, all those voice lines, I think of this a bouncy 2D animation where they used his voice lines. This is so funny. It's they're watching the Pokemon movie, the first one, in the cinema, and he's like, "Leave naught but ash in your wake." Oh yeah. Just occurred to me, we got the configuration where he leads with the one where he doesn't become untargetable. Uh-oh. Double kill.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
It's the bird.
Let sheep sorrow into your heart.
Very nice uses of rescue, by the way. I saw both of them get used in rather quick succession.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
God damn it, saying would exactly as this appears. Right, that's of course physical damage. I was just using my magic thing because I was hoping. I was hoping and coping. And it didn't do anything.
Sear flesh from bone.
Sear flesh from bone. My goodness, mister, you hit like, wow, you hit hard. Just smacking me up like that? With your auto attacks and nothing else? Uh-oh. Eh.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
I tire of this farce.
I tire of this farce.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
What fruits? What fruits? Like polygonal grapes? crystal grapes.
Pray to be consumed.
Pineapples of sacrifice, to be exact. Ah. Sure, that works. These fruits of sacrifice, to be specific. Pineapples are perfect fruits of sacrifice, for you see, when you try to eat a pineapple, it's actually busy eating you. It's the perfect fruit of sacrifice, because you're sacrificing yourself to eat it.
And sate your boundless hunger.
Someone clip that. Nice. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that one. And yeah, I agree, Erdil. I don't know. I wasn't sure if it was just me who noticed that.
From Fulton flame my servants
It has like notes of Academia Nida.
seep sorrow into your heart.
Behold, the fruits of we're dying. We're going down, down. Wait, what happened? There's an actual war over the LB3 now, I think. Dying for the LB. You know, the funniest part is with 3 people dying at once like that, I was actually looking at it going, will we need healer LB? No, wait, we don't have one. And this is where I would put my healer limit break 3, if I had one.
You will know my rage.
Oh.
Praying before a god.
We're almost there!
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
The gaze of the abyss! Not to be confused with her internal gaze. And you know what? Yeah, Yurian, that explains a lot, because I saw the Gorgon, kind of, you know, the one with the ads. The second time I was like, I can't remember how that goes. Like, it's been so long that it didn't even occur to, like, that I couldn't even remember that it went like that. That he cleaves the outside of the room. Every time I went 10 GG and boss was like, a better move. I feel like these bosses are a pretty good demonstration of how, while there's the 2-minute burst, they've planted the annoying part of a fight on the 2-minute burst quite a lot and quite effectively. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I couldn't find you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I summoned something. I see you will not go peacefully. I summon Wall of Fire in face of attack position. Red card. Even a cast-off could uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name... I call a time out! Ding ding! The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Brea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Ericthonius' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Ericthonius... he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. You truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate. My wish? You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared naught for Ericthonius, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, she... No, then who? How do I... Hearken to your heart! Perhaps I don't think he understands how the name La Brea works. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever... La Brea, I will have my say! Ooh. Very nice. How? His mind was mine! He used the power of friendship. I can't explain. Caetsu's words reached me through the haze. But the power of Smol Caetsu! They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. Smol Caetsu ate the chains. Oh, potato. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless! You... Double interment or something. And he's gone. He am become gemstone. Can I eat it? He am become lunch. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. The fruits of sacrifice! Yoink. You've captured a Hephaestus! You did well, son. And scene. Back to the invincible pocket chamber you go. Literally in his pocket as well. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Ericthonius above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Did you say an hour of cutscene? If there is genuinely that much cutscene, we might have to do a part 3, like part 2. There's a lot of cutscene here. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. And Deepening is like, well, that was very impressive, but it wasn't quite right. I guess I have to praise him, but it wasn't what I expected, so, he was too good. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled senses, Ericthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. In La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed, he was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we've ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass, she sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we had ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Oops. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Actistis to keep watch from Tartarus' vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, it is best to see with your own eyes. All right, so this was when. Oops, let's fast forward through that. Don't look at Ericthonius. Absolutely don't look, small guy. Is that me? Yes. Wait, was that what he said? That makes no sense. That was what he said. You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this?
What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception.
You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Actistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Ericthonius, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. Oh, that's where he is. I was like, he's like, is that me? And then the camera just doesn't show him.
I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I would have you know the why of it.
Then you will not desist.
Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option.
The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star.
Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path through her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know one another more deeply than ever before. Impossible! You bonded your souls?
Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me?
I am become thee, memory and mind.
And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh, and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Oops, sorry, it's him talking. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Not a single thought spared for another, for the star. Yeah, they should have put young La Habrea there. I thought it was old La Habrea outside explaining. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. It was my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. That's easy. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Your name itself, in particular, made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet, in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. I just want to know one thing. That you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother. The La Habre I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habre I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So, before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. The light reflecting on their faces made me acutely aware of the weird yellow pulsing light there. It was really weird. It felt like the sun was rising in the distance, and then it didn't, and then the sun was rising in the distance, and then it didn't. I could feel like this light feels like it's like, oh look, the sun is coming. Oh, never mind. Oh look, the sun is coming. Oh, never mind. I've heard enough. There's more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Hyperspeed time loop. I owe you an apology, Caetsu. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would have never known Labrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there's work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There's yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another. There is another. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company, and Azim, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure, and we shall share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being.
I'm of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us, and continue upon your journey. Or, if you're so inclined, take a much-needed repose.
This talk of journeys smacks of Asem. Oh, that feels like Asem.
As well as it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world.
If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to Labrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend.
Why, if it isn't Caetsu, excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we've quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, NMGG has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Aegeoscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me.
A draw becoming Thunder God said. That's not supposed to be here.
What is that? Is it real?
Ding! Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you're never far behind? And you too, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you're involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming.
The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to As's lab, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination.
A rash endeavor, even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgar's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation is concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here.
Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I'm sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortunal asked and write that report. As for you, Caetsu, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Given that the first 2 parts have taken like 2.5 hours each, I have a feeling... First of all, I know this one takes long. Like, this one has even more cutscene. So I feel like it would be better to finish this next week, so that we're not going so late that like a whole bunch of people that wanted to participate are like, well, I have to go to bed because life. I wanted to do this whole thing in one sitting, but I feel like it's a little too long to do that. I hope that isn't too disappointing for everyone. Then, yeah, exactly, they need Smol Caetsu in primal condition. That also means that we don't that we have much better time to finish it. So that we don't feel like, oh, it's really late. We kind of have to like get this show on the road and stuff, and there's extra cutscenes and stuff. So I think that's what we'll do. Then we can also next week we can do the Final Fantasy 15 collaboration. That'll still be around, I'm pretty sure. So that we can do that quest line on Smol Caetsu. Without having to hurry. But that of course also means that the Myths of the Realm will get postponed a week. But I think that's what we're going to do, which means that what I'm going to do instead of this is like, first I'll take a very short break, and then we will probably start on Archer. As I mentioned earlier, it seems like the poll agreed that Archer and Bard is the job that Smol Caetsu will be picking up. Smol Caetsu can get a driver's license. Wait, what? Actually, she can. Actually, I don't know if she has one, but she has a boss. Ham says, to be honest, healing on minimum item level with half the raid falling asleep would be fun. Does Smol Caetsu have enough MGP? She does not even close to. She wouldn't use the car anyway because she uses this one all the time. But she could do the quest for the sake of the story and the outfit. But yeah, she does not have enough MGP. She has just, like, small... Would she even be able to see out of the car? I believe Lalafels, like, stand on the seat so that they can look and see what they need to see. So she would probably be able to see. Unlike my main, who just looks into the steering wheel and sees nothing. She's basically a ghost driver. You can't even see her properly from the side. It's just like a little tuft of hair. Yeah, we'll go over here. So that we're ready to start. Let me check something. We have some equipment, so we don't just end up naked. Right, so I will be right back, and then we will start on this. In the meantime, Manatee restored. You thought it wouldn't happen, I'm sure. But Manatee is restored.
Alright, I'm back. Prepare the censorship passages of arms. This is the quest, right?
Greetings, adventurer, random adventurer, and welcome to the Archers Guild. It is here that archers the realm over gather to master the bow. We engage the enemy from a distance, ever seeking to alter the course of battle with a single, well-placed arrow.
Yes, one.
If you have a mind to become an archer, then you have come to the right place. Do you wish to join our ranks?
Absolutely.
Marvelous. Then allow me to enlighten you on the history of both our art and the guild. The bow is an ancient tool that has existed since before our fair nation came into being, as an implement of war and hunting both. It protects us from our enemies, even as it keeps us fed and clothed. Archery, as practiced in Gridania, was born of two distinct styles of bowmanship. The first was devised by the longbow sentries of the Ellison, who once ruled the lowlands, while the second belonged to the shortbow hunters of the formerly nomadic Mikote. As you will doubtless be aware, both races ultimately came to call the Twelveswood home. Though the two people began as rivals, they gradually learned to live together in harmony. During this time, they learned from one another, their two schools of archery intermingling to give birth to the art as it is known today. But this wouldn't have been possible were it not for the Trappers Guild League. The guild was established in order to promote sustainable hunting and cooperation within the hunting fraternity at large. As a heavy consequence of this union, the guild's members came to engage in friendly contests of skill. Inspired by such... I've never read these. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever read one of these. Maybe I read the Black Mage one, like over a year ago. Inspired by such competitions, a handful of their number began to focus on perfection as opposed to mere practicality, transforming a skill into what may be termed an art. These individuals would go on to form a guild of their own. The Archers Guild, where men and women gather to attain mastery over the bow. More than a few members of the God's Quiver lose their first arrow within these very halls. And that, my friend, is a brief history of archery in Gridania. Doubtless, you're more eager than ever to take up the bow. Smol Caetsu just, aged 5 years in that spiel. Sizzleman says, you guys voted for this. That is technically they voted for the archer part. I don't think they voted for, and then Kai reads all of the dialogue. Just in fairness. They didn't vote for this specifically, but yeah, I guess they did. Etheline sounds awfully similar to Athena now, doesn't it? I mean, it is important to have this kind of information in the game, because if someone was actually curious, it should be here. I have complained before that many actions in the game, it would be nice if there was just some explanation. Instead of every spell being deals damage of deals unexpected damage of a potency of blah, I would have liked it if they were summons a vortex of ether that then deals unexpected damage. Just give me something, right? Just a little something. But I believe you have to read the books for that. Oh, she wasn't finished. It would be my pleasure to recommend you to our guildmaster. You must receive her permission if you are to join us. If you would excuse me a moment, I shall see to it that the relevant lists are amended. Pray speak to me again in a short while. Okay, that was a short while, I think. So, are you resolved to join the Archers Guild? Absolutely. The look in your eyes bespeaks your determination, Smol Caetsu just... It would be my pleasure to refer you to Guildmaster Luciane. Lest you worry unduly, Luciane is an affable and kind-hearted woman. Even those not of the guild have been known to seek her counsel on various matters, and ever have they been given fair hearing. Lucienne awaits you in the training area yonder. Present yourself before her and impress upon her your desire to join the guild.
I just walk in, literally like the savior of the universe. Hey, I would like to try a bow. I would like to try a bow, please. Castle says, speak to you? Again? Will I ever get to leave?
Greetings, adventurer. I'm told you wish to join our ranks. I'm Lucienne, the master of the Archers Guild, and I bid you welcome. Our doors are open to all who have the will to learn. Allow me to explain the basics of our art and offer you a foretaste of that which we teach the members of our guild. The bow's greatest advantage is its range. Unlike those arms used in other disciplines of war, it allows one to strike at the enemy from afar. Though the bow may not boast the destructive force of a sword or spear, its myriad strategic applications more than compensate for this shortcoming. An experienced archer can immobilize an enemy by striking a leg, or sap its strength with a poisoned arrow. Rise to become a virtuoso of archery and a veritable deluge of death.
I feel like the tone changed suddenly.
Rise to become a virtuoso of archery and a veritable deluge of death will be yours to rain down upon your foes. By fighting from a distance, we can better assess the battlefield and thereby determine the most advantageous course of action. This is of paramount import, as our role in battle is to exploit the enemy's weakness. With the requisite placement and timing, but a single arrow may serve to turn the tide. To this end, the guild seeks to instill a discerning eye within its members that they might learn to strike at vulnerabilities swiftly and surely. Now, any half-wit can bend the bow, but it is no simple undertaking to become a skilled archer. You must be prepared for a long and arduous journey. Are you resolved to complete that journey?
Sure. Yes.
That is well. From this moment forth, you may consider yourself one of our number. Now, lend me your hunting log if you would. I shall add to it the names of such creatures as would provide a fitting challenge to an archer. And to help you on your way, I bestow upon you this short bow.
It's a very tiny short bow.
Arm yourself with your new weapon and then speak to me again. I would have you undertake a trial to gauge your fitness to join the guild.
Zav says mount speed buffs don't apply in Explorer mode, does it? I guess it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Both because, well, you don't have mount speed in that area. Why? There's no stats on... Okay, there is actually a little bit of stats on it. Why does that have one more defense? Why, game? Wow! Look at all this space! Of the sensor team. yeah, I brought an army of paladins, just in case. I mean, the guildmaster must know that they're dealing with a special someone when they roll up with this army. Someone in the area went, "My eyes!" That is pretty funny.
Ah, yes. The bow becomes you, Caetsu.
No, it does not become you, Lucienne. It just is on me.
Now, before proceeding any further, I must needs gauge your innate aptitude for archery. To this end, I hereby assign you the following trial. Slay the squirrels, ladybugs, and funguas that roam just beyond the city gates. 3 of each should suffice. In so doing, you will prove your fitness to join the Archers Guild. It goes without saying that you must do so using your bow. Report back to me when the task is accomplished. Go now, Caetsu, and earn your place within these halls.
You have become a bow.
Now you're a bow!
I'm having the awkward situation that I have only space for 1 more person. We have 3 more people here. We had the elf corner. Are they all in that area? Apparently they are. Oh, perfect. Pew! 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 Oh, it's invulnerable. Pew! Such simplicity. It is ages ago that Smol Kai was level 1. Also, I'm getting 0 XP. Maybe I should leave the group? Does it matter? I don't know if it matters. Probably does matter, yeah. I'll probably fall way behind in XP. Please don't shoot all the fungus. Please don't shoot them. Basically, I was literally getting 0 XP from the kill, so I was like, maybe that's a bad idea. You can see the instant I left the group was just like, boom. Is there anything else? How much XP does that give? We will level up to 5, so we could do that. That is true, Han. I believe the reason it has worked previously. I'm sorry for just leaving the army there. There are hunting logs. It's just the next quest is level 5, so I was looking for like just getting to level 5 and grabbing the next quest. Thank you, Gassel. Yeah, indeed, you don't get XP when you're partying with high level players unless you're a sprout, a returning player, and they are a mentor. If those things are both true, then you actually still get XP. It's quite funny how that works. Time to teleport. Whee! Yeah, the last time Smol Kai was level like this low level and doing like a hunting log like that, she did not have an entourage of guards. So I've not had to deal with this situation before. Welcome back, Caetsu. I'm sure you shot a lot of arrows there. I'm sure you were the only person fighting in that situation. You totally weren't carried. It would seem you have successfully completed the trial. With a little bit of help. Just a little bit. You have proven yourself worthy of a place within these halls. It is with pleasure that I name you an Archer of the Guild. As fellows of the Path, let us together strive for greater mastery of our art. Now, though you may be a member of the Archers Guild, know that your seniors will not coddle you with personal attention. It is up to you to seek out the experiences you need to grow as an archer. By way of a first step, I encourage you to practice proper technique, loose arrow after arrow, paying close attention to form until the movement becomes second nature. When drawing your bowstring has become as natural to you as drawing breath, and the world seems clearer when viewed down the shaft of an arrow, return to me. Go well, my young apprentice. I feel like she's expecting a lot. Good day to you, Caetsu. I felt that it was about time you returned. Have you grown more accustomed to the bow? No. Before we go any further, I wish to assure you that you have grasped the fundamental essence of archery. Tell me, Caetsu, do you truly understand what it means to see clearly? To see clearly is not merely to look, it is to observe with intent. Fail to do this, and no amount of talent with a bow will avail you. I wear glasses, Lucian. An archer must remain vigilant for any trace of his target, overlooking not the smallest detail lest it prove crucial to the realization of his purpose. He must, in short, see clearly. The coming task will test your powers of observation. A number of targets will have been hidden throughout the city. I would have you seek out and destroy them. Each will fall easily to your heavy shot technique. When you've completed the task, return to me and we will continue. That is weirdly interesting as a quest, huh? Oh, thank you. Bam! Did the entire group dissolve when I left? My game crashed again. This is apparently the new standard of Smol Kai. Is we crash at some point. Yeah, I also crashed on main Kai. The weirdest part about that is that on like a non-stream day, sometimes I'll actually be in the game for like 10 hours. Like I start the day in game doing something for video stuff, and eventually I'm done with that, and then I just stay in the game and do like dailies or something, and there I don't crash. I'm very annoying. Oh wait, is there another target here? Is it just the one? Oh, that is actually nicely hidden. Angel says that that's me and disconnecting you. So see, that's actually a very concerning thing. Is like if you're doing something actually hard. Could you imagine? You're in Savage Raid, you're on Prog, you're finally like it looks like you're on the verge of getting the first kill on the boss. Game crashes. Oh, there's another one there. Phew. Those are actually really well hidden, I have to say. Huh? No. Wow, you sure don't get a lot of actions in Matoro says, I'm a member of the static I am in. Had this happened once during a very good attempt. The worst part is when like you wipe because of like a technical thing like that. It's just like you'll never know whether like how it would have gone if the game just hadn't crashed. Ah, you have returned. I trust you have begun to comprehend the crucial importance of seeing clearly. The next trial will test your powers of observation in battle. Travel to the North Shroud, and there put down 8 micro-chews and 8 opo-opos. In contrast to the inanimate and wholly unthreatening targets of the previous trial, these creatures may be relied upon to move around and fight back. Nor are those the only differences. Being comparatively numerous, microchews and opo-opos are anything but difficult to find, and yet you may be assured that this task will test your powers of observation, albeit in a different manner. This time, you will need to evaluate the abilities of your opponent. In so doing, you will learn, amongst other things, that microchews produce a poison that can quickly sap one's strength, while opo-opos, like archers, possess the advantage of range. Knowing their strengths, how will you go about mitigating them? If you commence your attack before identifying an effective strategy, you will soon be made to regret your folly. But if you take the time to observe your targets from afar, you will surely glean the knowledge necessary to defeat them. I look forward to hearing of your success, Caetsu. Guild Hest roulette at level 10. I don't even think I have Guild Hest. I do not. I don't think I'll need it, though. I'm pretty sure I won't need it. Onwards to glory! I will, however, have to leave the group once again, because otherwise I'll basically get no experience. I'm sorry about that. It is better if someone else is the leader for this period of time, because otherwise it'll just be like, just throwing around the... I should not have shot that one. I was like, that is an enemy for my quest. Or for my log. That's probably fine. Why are they level 9? Isn't this a level 5 quest? Are you kidding me? That's a little weird. Yeah, it's a level 5 quest. You can handle it, surely. I've acquired dots! I'll dot you! Maybe not. I'll dot you! Oh, I finished on the Obo-Obos. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to shoot that one, but it's dead now. Zab says, we wiped an O12S a few times because someone disconnected before Hello World. You know, that feels weirdly on brand for that fight, though, doesn't it? You wiped just before Hello World because someone disconnected. So many micro chews. You said you had to appraise the strength of your foe. I suppose you're right. I'm not sure looking at them would change the fact that there is a gigantic level difference. Oh, whoops. I did it again. Take this, Micro Chew! Not to be confused with a Pikachu! Blep. We did it, but we should make sure we have enough experience to level up to 10 before we go back, I think. The Mightlings are in this area, right? Yes. Let me just switch to my not school boss mount so that I don't confuse. I have a big bright mount, so you can see me. You can also follow me on the screen, of course. Oh, look, there's a Mightling. Not, what do they grow into a Willling? Or do they have to be willing to do that? Oh, the rest are in Central Shroud. We have to go like Central Shroud it is then. Mechanics that disconnect you. What will they think of next? Could you imagine if there was an actual boss mechanic that just disconnected you? Like it literally disconnected you, so you just had to log in quickly. How unfair would that be? Water sprites. Would they be here? I have the advantage that the mobs will be on my minimap. Boss mechanic unsubscribe random player. Green tier. Is that is this section, yes, right. So some of them are in the... But where are they? Oh, they're not on my minimap. I was sure they would be. For some reason they are not. This is how you spend your rested XP in like 30 minutes. Just level up a new job from the start. We're one water sprite short. Anoles, they are there. The trickster imps are there. I think Roselets. Oh, they're down there somewhere. But I don't know anoles are here. I know a thing about an anole. I know a thing. Huh. I could have sworn I picked up 4. I guess the pluses that I saw on my map settlement was my actual quest. There was just so happened that for 2 of the quests it was the same. Like the funguas were a hunting log target and also a quest target, and the I think the Opos were both as well. Right, so the Roselets, I'm guessing they're not in there because that's not bent. I'm pretty sure that's not bent. That would be very misleading. There they are. Blap. Oh, there's... Oh, that is extremely convenient, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Actually, the arbor buzzards, those are actually also on the hunting log for dragoons or lancers, and the reason why I know that is because I remember on, like, I think one of the first episodes of Smol Kai, I was like, where are the buzzards? If I remember correctly, they're like out here, like completely off. But I remember specifically wasting a lot of time looking for them. And we reached a point where I looked up where they were, and I think it was Pokeshack who also looked up where they were at the same time. Because I was so lost. Oh, whoops, I didn't need that one, but you're dying now, I guess. Do we have more in this area? Yes, we have skeletons. Yeah, I just remembered that specifically because I ran into the problem of where are the buzzards, and as you can see, I remembered where they were this time. Although the fact that I had a mount that I could fly on for the investigation this time made it a lot quicker. Originally, the reason it took so long was because I had to run on foot to find them. Oh, I only needed one. Like, whoa, wait a minute. Jadeite thick. We were there before. Wakfu. Huh. Interesting name. Evangeline. Is that a character from Wakfu, Aridel? Wait, was it Wakfu it was called? I feel like I'm messing up the name there. I'm also going completely off track. Emia says yes. I see. Where would you find a tree? Where would you find a tree? Right there. It's a tree and sapling. Just a sapling. It's just one of the small little saplings. The rest is not in this area. In that case, I think this is a good time to report back. My Shadowblade froze again. Correct. Thank you. Right, so I mentioned on a recent stream that I added like my brother helped me with adding this feature that would automatically refresh the chat overlay like every 10 minutes or so. I decided to turn it off because I found it very distracting that it like flashed every 10 minutes, just regardless of whether it was frozen or not. And I imagined that I was not the only one who felt that way. So we're back to just tell me. I have no idea how to actually solve the problem. Welcome back, young Caetsu. Are we back to this again? I remember the Dragoon storyline or the Lancer storyline felt almost like a Star Wars story. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Welcome back, young Caetsu. Tell me, were you able to put your techniques to good use? Yes. Absolutely. I shot all those arrows. When faced with an enemy who can attack from a distance, simply raining arrows upon it is wasteful and dangerous both. The battle would be naught more than a contest of strength. By employing the appropriate techniques, however, one may bring down one's foe with greater ease and fewer arrows. For instance, you may choose to prime your weapon well and strike hard, or employ toxins to sap their strength over time. I don't feel like this is a choice. I feel like we're supposed to do both. Young Caetsu equals Savior of our Star. Well, she doesn't look like an old and wizened warrior, does she? On the assumption that this fact dawned upon you prior to the fall of your 16th target, I congratulate you on passing the trial. Le Silver, what is your honest evaluation? Not bad, if you ask me. The adventurer pulls a good bow and is enthusiastic besides. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Le Aliapo, another Aliapo, and this is my second year at the guild. It's quite plain that you have talent with a bow, but you must take care to mind your surroundings when you're pursuing a target. If I had my eye on you for the duration of your trial, but not once did you notice my presence. Mind your surroundings. That is rich coming from you. Your every movement is wasteful, adventurer. Your back is crooked, and your elbows misaligned. It takes you an age to prime your bow, and twice as long to lose an arrow. You know what? Fair enough. I barely did anything. That's okay, Aridel. She's the archer. Oh. Well, that person was on point, because that was an archer. Thank you. In summary, you fail on all counts. You have no talent as an archer, none whatsoever. I shall say it plain, Lucian. This woman is not fit to wield a bow. For our sake, and hers, we should revoke her membership. As I've always said, outsiders can scarce be expected to understand. Never mind master our noble art. Oh, so you're a racist? We waste our breath trying to teach her like. Well, allow me to introduce you to Silver, our comrade at the butts. The fellow was once of the god's quiver, you see, and he can be a little opinionated when it comes to archery. Oh, but you mustn't pay him any heed. He's like that to everyone.
You'd be lucky to get much sense out of a fossil-brained wildwood elephant like him at the best of times. With them, it's always 12s this and elementals that and... no offense intended, Lucian. None taken, Lay. I know full well that some of my kind can be prideful to excess and intolerant of other races. Although people may behold the same object, ever will they see different things. There's no right or wrong to it, for it is a question of perspective. What matters is the perspective we choose to adopt. You are possessed of bright eyes, Caetsu. Thank you. Eyes that bespeak great understanding. Thank you. They shan't lead you astray, so trust to them and to what they see. Aww. Go now and resume your training. I look forward to marking your progress when next we meet. My name is generic cat girl number 100. I don't think this really matters at all. I guess we'll take the money. Oh wow, everyone just reappeared. I didn't even realize everyone were hidden. It pleases me to see how you have grown as an archer. Plainly, you have taken my counsel to heart and learned to see with your own eyes. As opposed to whose eyes? I would now have you discover what it means to behold things from a different standpoint. You'll recall Lei Aliapo, your senior in the guild. I have given you over to her care for this lesson. Speak with her and do as she bids. I've been expecting you, Caetsu. Shall we get on with it then? First, a quick review. Remember how the bowmaster had you seek out and destroy targets hidden throughout the city? Well, I would have you do the same. This time, however, you will need to venture outside the gates. I'm sure you've realized this by now, but there is no guarantee of safety within the 12's. As you search, you should take care to mind your surroundings. You won't have the luxury of focusing solely on your quarry this time, but you'll have to keep your eyes peeled for potential threats as well. That said, your objective is to destroy the targets alone, so avoid unnecessary combat and maintain a safe distance from any hostile creatures you encounter. Should you come under attack, take to your heels, risking direct confrontation only if you can't outrun your pursuers. The targets are hidden in the central shroud. As before, use the heavy shot technique to destroy each one with a single arrow. Go well, Caetsu. I wonder... Oh, never mind. I was just thinking... What if you used burst shot instead? But then I remembered you'd be a bard by then. So you wouldn't have this quest. Phew. Very easy to dodge the enemies when you can just fly over them, isn't it? What if you New Game Plus the quest? I would guess that you would still have to take off your job crystal to do the quest, because it's an archer quest and not a bard quest. They wouldn't, like, that wouldn't work. Is my guess. It wouldn't take too long to reach the quest if you wanted to science it. But you would, of course, have to already have Bard. Very weird. It seems like they remove the zone for one of them when you found it, but it seems like it doesn't quite go, oh well, you've cleared all of them in that zone. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Wait a minute. Are you saying, Ardell, that in addition to Dofus, the MMO, and Wakfu, the anime, there's also a Wakfu MMO? that now it's getting confusing. Just mildly. Interesting.
Well, you made short work of those targets, I must say. It seems you've learned to seek your prey without being preyed upon. Very efficient technique of flying over everything. Let's continue then. I have a mind to give you more practical experience, and we received a request just recently which I think will provide the perfect opportunity. It seems tree slugs and vultures have been congregating in ever-increasing number in the vicinity of the honey yard, causing no end of trouble for the locals. We've been tasked with culling the beasts. This request comes direct from Stillglade Fane. When the wood whalers and the god's quiver cannot spare the forces to attend to such matters, the conjurers often turn to us for help. And before you ask, there's good reason why they would rather not see to this particular task themselves. The creatures in question possess abilities which can cause problems for the magically inclined, but that's quite enough about conjurers' troubles. Lucienne taught you how to discern an enemy's key traits, did she not? Well, now you'll need to do so while maintaining situational awareness, lest you be overrun. Consider this a comprehensive review of her lessons and mine own. Your orders are as follows. Head out into the East Shroud, and there put down 8 tree slugs and 8 vultures, using all of the skills you have acquired thus far. Good hunting, Caetsu.
Well, I guess we go over there then. I think we'll do this quest. We'll also do the hunting log in the area while we're there anyway. But we'll do this. She's not wearing pants. And then I think we'll round up. I have a feeling we'll reach level 15 as a result of doing all this. But, oh, whoops. But I was trying to make it so that we would finish at a point where I didn't have, like, a quest. But if I keep doing this, then we'll just never finish. And then it'll be like, oh, we'll end the raids early for tonight, so that we'll instead just do some archery stuff. And then instead we spend 3 hours trying to reach a point where I don't have a job quest for Bard. Like, oh yeah, oops, now we finished at level 50. How did that happen? Oh, what's the time? 3 in the morning. Oopsie doopsie. It sends a team alert. Flaming Jockey says outsider as in non-Ellison or non-Gridanian. I'm reasonably confident that it is actually non-Ellison. But it could also be non-Gridanian. Because it depends on what he says if you're an Ellison. Like, if your character's an Ellison, will he be just as mad at you? Oh. Was that another one where I just had to kill one? Wait, when did I kill Lemmius? Were they over here? He means he also hated me. Then it's probably a non-Gridanian thing. Still rude though. Maybe because I'm a Duskwhite. That could actually be. That could also be the case. Hmm. Aren't those? I thought those were in the Bramble Patch. Oh, there's just different ones. Okay. Why was there only 3? I needed a 4th one. Yeah, that's true, Darth. It's just if he's mad at you because you're like because he's racist, then he should be satisfied had you been an Ellison. But if he's mad at you because you're not a Gridanian, then obviously he'll be mad at you, whatever you do. There's nothing you could do to satisfy him, because you're not a Gridanian, and there's nothing you can do. Like, technically, there is nothing you could do about it if you weren't an Ellison either, except there's Fantasia, right? You could make him happy in that respect, I suppose. We have another one. Right, the giant gnat. They're down here, I think. Oh, there's also a raptor poacher. How many do we need? Oh, there's exactly 3 of them. Perfect. Let's see. Oh, I also need the ones from the bramble patch. And then I also need the gnats. Where are they? They're here, right? Nope, that's not the right kind. It's the wrong type of gnat. They're not natty enough. These ones? There they are. Yeah, we could. We are actually high enough a level for Tasha as well. There's a lot. That's the thing, is that we could end up just being in an endless chain of doing stuff as we unlock it. That's why I'm saying we'll probably just do this quest, do the hunting log we have right now, and then say that's that. Because otherwise, we'll never finish. Oh, I missed. And yeah, exactly as I suspected. I gained like 5 levels doing that. Well, time to grind to level 90 in 1 second. Yeah, almost, right? There's a reasonable possibility that we could literally just be doing the things the game is giving us to do. And we would be like level like 30 doing the Bard quest before we reach the point where it's like, well, now we have to do a dungeon again. Judging by your smug expression, Smol Caetsu smug? What do you mean? I'd say you've acquired a feel for maneuvering to exploit enemy weaknesses while covering your own. Vultures are wont to keep their opponents at wing's length, and their attacks will send you flying. What does that mean? The solution to this is simple. Maneuver to the rear. Do they have a knockback? Do they have anything? Huh? It suggests that they had something. Weird. Tree slugs, on the other hand, have an annoying knack of disrupting spellcasting with their secretions. As such, you would do well to keep the creatures away from any mages in your party. Needless to say, good positioning is the key to success in battle, which is why it is absolutely essential that you know your target's traits. The knowing of these traits is a fundamental part of hunting. Before the keepers of the moon conceived of archery, they dwelt not in the city, but the forest. For my people, hunting was a way of life. In hindsight, I suppose this was more lesson on hunting than on archery. Still, Lucienne knows well my past. Mayhap that was her intent. Hunting, too, is an art. Before I came to Gridania, I never gave it much thought, but the more I think of home, the more I begin to realize. Forgive me, I'm not given to fits of sentiment. Truly, forget I said anything. But do not forget that a hunter must recognize her prey's weakness and strike swiftly when the opportunity presents itself. That concludes the lesson. Now, I suggest you pay Lucienne a visit. She is doubtless eager to hear from you. It's good to see you, Caetsu. I hope you have learned much from Lei. You, adventurer. Is it true? Are you the one who slew the tree slugs and vultures? Yes. Totally me. How dare she entrust the security of our people to the hands of a stranger? I knew Mikoto were reckless, but she's downright irresponsible. Shame on her. Did I not warn you that it was folly to suffer that woman's presence in our guild, Lucian? Every time she wastes an arrow on game, she drags our noble art back into the darkness. Aye, and this girl too. She's an embarrassment to us all. That is quite enough, Sylvain. Your skill with the bow is undeniable, as is your love for our nation. Yet there's much and more you have to learn about archery. Caetsu has matured greatly in the short time she has been with us. You know this to be true. I suggest you come to terms with Caetsu's presence here. You will be giving her next lesson, after all. Unless, of course, you have any objections. Sure is a shame that I have control of the chat log until my message is finished, isn't it? No objection opportunity for you. Good. As for you, Caetsu, I would have you devote yourself wholly to training ahead of your lesson with Sylvain. Suffice it to say, he will not be an easy instructor to impress. On that we can agree. Let's take the money. I think I'll probably just buy a set of gear when we're doing a dungeon or something, so that resolves that. And we can get rid of this and this. Just total chaos. Right. I think what we'll do now is we will go back to where we could grab the next quest for the Pandemonium stuff, so we can take picture for the next thumbnail. And of course, everyone who wants to come along can come along. Zabs' low-level gear is so bad, especially accessories. Absolutely. That is actually something that is an interesting problem in doing that I did consider when I was doing the solo challenge stuff originally. That let me just finish this thought. Is that if you do Sastasha synced, but solo, just synced, even minimum item level, your accessories will still have potentially significantly more stats on them than an actual accessory from that level, because those accessories will have at least 1 point in those 4 stats, where the actual accessories you would have at that level would at most have 1 strength and one vitality in regards to stats that you can use. Sure, it will also have 1 dexterity and 1 intelligence, 1 mind, but of the stats you can actually use, it will only give 2 points in total, whereas this one would already give 4, assuming that it doesn't give 8. I don't actually know how much stats they would give. Which means that it can give a very skewed picture, even if you did it minimum item level. Which potentially also explains why you can get away with doing it minimum item level so easily solo. There's of course also the part of job power creep and stuff. Right, so we're taking picture here with Rusenard. I don't know how many of you can actually, if any of you can actually see Rusenard here, but we'll be taking picture here. If you'd like to do an emote, if you want to be on the picture, come on over here. I will probably also hide the minions. And if you don't want to do an emote, sit down and stand back up. If you'd like to do an emote, do the emote. And if you want to have an expression, do that as well. Emir says Claudine is there for me. I mean, as long as Claudine is standing there, that's close enough, then you know what you're dealing with. Do you want to be on the picture with that outfit, Coco? Is that the plan? Yes. Okay then. That of course also means that next week we will be finishing this, and as I said earlier, we'll also do the Noctis questline. We will probably not be getting the car, because that's like quite a lot of farming of MGP in a single sitting to do that. But who cares? We're not going to use the car anyway. We'll just use the magic school bus, right? Let's see. I'll just set the light first. Because it's quite dark in here, isn't it? Look, it almost looks like I turned on the light. Let me grab that one again. Feel like I got it in the return to normal pose. There we go. Yes, this tea. Delicious. Tastes like iron. Graham, there's almost like a story here. Graham getting gradually more concerned and worried on each thumbnail. Yummy, rusty. Iron tea, good for blood pressure. I almost forgot to remove the depth of field. That always just makes it blurry, in my opinion. Which is like, it always makes it blurry. It's like, yes, Kai, that's what that's for. Incredible observation, I know. But it's genuinely like, if I have the depth of field on, then when I'm actually drawing like the outlines and stuff like that, then it's really hard to draw it, because there's like this blur over everyone. Everyone, even the people like in the foreground, because it blurs the background, which in turn blurs the picture itself. The smartest man alive. Yeah, I am a bit of a genius, I know. Wow, I liked this room better with the light on. Just me? Ah, yes, the floor is made of floor. Yes, indeed. But this wasn't entirely unexpected. When I did the second raid tier, on stream, I think it took me 4 hours or something like that on my main. And when I did the third one, I think it also took 4 hours, but the thing is, it gets blurry because in both cases there was MSQ to do, which I also did on the same day. There was other stuff that I also did on the same day, so it made it a little hard to know exactly how long everything took. But I do remember that for the final raid tier, if I remember correctly, I started streaming at like 1 in the afternoon for me, and I finished like at 10 or 11 or something like that. And the reason why it took that long is, of course, because I did as I always do the voices and everything. And then instead of just doing the fights, like real quick insta-queue and everything, there were more wipes. People had to learn the fights. We took time discussing the cutscenes as they were new and all that. So like it just took way longer. This time I specifically made a point of trying to make sure that I was mostly like reading messages from all of you and like quote unquote delaying as a result whenever it was like whenever there wasn't like too much time spent with the next dialogue option on the screen, so that we minimize the amount of time that I was adding, you know, free tea time on top of the actual cutscenes, because I knew it was going to be really long. But 2.5 hours each is still too much to do it all in one Smol Caetsu stream. Like, when I could see we would start with less than an hour left on the third part, it's too much. With, of course, now we're already over time, so I'm so good at this. But yeah, I specifically intentionally made a point of trying to make sure I didn't waste too much time, because I knew it was going to be enormously long. Oh yeah, the mega clip. No one will notice that. And then the third part, in addition to having more cutscene, as I recall, it also has like a final quest. Like a final quest. I think we have done the prerequisites to see it. I think we do. Can't remember. But if it is there, then we will do it. And that takes extra time. So it's just people were tired, would want to go to bed. It wouldn't be a very fun. It means there's a final quest. Yeah, there's like a little extra thing you can ask the people about in the quest if you've done certain other things, if I remember correctly. I can't remember what the... I think the prerequisite is something like... I can't actually remember. Oh, right. I think you had to do the iLvl raids to get that extra dialogue. Which we have done, if that's the case. Such a random thing, if that's it. Yeah. If we can, we'll do it. If we can't, then too bad. Yeah, the thing about Aurosite, indeed. With that said, big long Smol Caetsu stream got really far. And if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people you've seen in the chat on this stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find most of them, a lot of them. Well, I'll wait with that for a moment. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you so much. Looks like Emir slipped. Yeah, with that said, give more subs. Yeah. Thank you. There's a few names I can see that just recently lost their memberships. So, welcome back in. Right. Thank you so much, Emir. I really appreciate it. Now, if you go on the Discord server, remember that there is a schedule. There's the schedule room where you can find the weekly schedule. And you can there see what else is happening this week. In particular, tomorrow I have a little video I put together. Of some highlights of stream stuff that happened in January. So, a while ago. Also, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Coco. That is so crazy, both of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. But yeah, tomorrow, January highlights, a little video I put together. There's possibly some highlights where some of you might go, oh, well, I'm pretty sure this is coming in it, going to be in it. There's also probably some of them where you're like, forgot that something funny happened. There's also a lot of things that I basically had to just cut because I was like, there's too much here. I was also having some problems with my editor. My video editor, not an actual person. I'm the editor. So I'm just glad that I managed to get it to work. I've resolved that since, so that's no longer an issue. But yeah, I had a lot of things where I was like, okay, I'll have to cut that. Oh, I'll have to cut that. I have to cut that too. But there's some funny highlights, I think. Some interesting highlights. Some things where you're like, yes, this is like the essence of a Kai stream, I think. And hopefully it's some of the best stuff. And you agree with me in that. Besides that, I will of course make a schedule for next week tomorrow. You can also find the announcement room where I post links whenever there is a... Thank you so much for the yellow super chat, Coco. When will Ymir buy the skirt? Well, eventually. Well, we'll look forward to the day, Ymir. When will end soon for us. Like, well, I mean, I'm trying, but I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you when you're being so generous. Yeah, you can check the announcement room. There you will find links whenever I post a new stream, post a new video. It'll show up there first. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab specifically the reminder role. You're going to grab a whole bunch of roles, but you can specifically grab the reminder role. And if you do, you'll get notifications on Discord whenever I post a video, plan a stream, so you can get everything from the very start. And you will you'll get notifications reminding you that I'm making the video, like putting the video up, putting the stream up, but you'll get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before stream starts, whenever there's something time sensitive, so you don't miss a second. Yeah, and you will of course also find all the wonderful people in the stream, in the community, and all that wonderful stuff on the Discord server. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it will help me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So that of course helps me a lot directly in a way by telling the YouTube algorithm to watch the channel. As you have seen Coco and Ymir so effectively demonstrate, you can of course also support the channel by using super chats, buying a membership, gifting memberships if you like. It is all entirely optional, and if you don't want to do it in the YouTube system, I have a Ko-Fi open that you can also find in the description, but that is also optional. I appreciate any support that all the wonderful support you all give, and it is entirely not expected that you give anything beyond your interest in the channel itself. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Coco says you won't find me, I will be sleeping. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And with that, we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night.